Hello, and welcome back to Avid Fisherman. Tonight I'll be live fishing, seeing if we can catch some fish. I'm going to go back and chat and say hi to a few people. Mike Sampson was in first. Cold Creek Billy, welcome. Joy Stewart. Well, hello, Naomi Lemons. Thank you. Tonight I am using bluegill, shad, and night crawlers for bait. Hello, Naomi Lemons. Thank you. Sorry about that. The feedback. So if anybody would like to join me up on panel and read chats, that'd be great. While I'm fishing, I'm going to try to keep a track of chat and the fishing rods as well. So how's everybody doing tonight? And we'll be refreshing bait here in a minute. Joy, how's Scott doing today? Joy, yeah, Joy, how are you and Scott doing? Oh, fudge. Yeah, I only got 3 people in here right now, and it's really nice. The sunset's out here really beautiful. Hey, Jeff, how you doing, bud? How you doing tonight, Jeff? Hey, Chad Thomason. I'm going to do my best to catch a monster because this lake is known for flatheads. This lake is known for big flatheads and big channel cats. I have plenty of bait, so I know I have at least 15 or 20 bluegill in my live well in my truck, and I got 4 or 5 shad in the bucket over here. So I'm probably going to go up to the truck here in a minute and get a live bluegill and put it out there on a 12-foot rod. I have bluegills, I have shad, and I have night crawlers, Chad. That's good, 37 pounds. This lake has 37 to 70 pound cats in it. Alvin, Simon, Theodore. Alvin! Missed you, bud. Where you been? I haven't seen you in a while. I hope you're giving Troy a lot of grief when he goes live. I have it set back this far so you can see both rods. When I get it closer, you ain't going to see the rods. One of these days, I want to stay up when he goes live and just pop in and give him some grief. But if anybody wants to pop up and read chat for me while we're fishing, that'd be great. The link is pinned at the top of chat. I was hoping someone would come up and read chat while I rebait the rods. Everybody, please hit the thumbs up and share this out. Get more people in here. We have 6 awesome and amazing, wonderful people watching right now. If it gets too dark real quick, I got my night light out ready set up. Just hit a button and turn it on. Hey, Mike Irving, how you doing, bud? Welcome in. I'll be right back. I'll be right back, everybody. I'm gonna walk up to the truck and get a couple of live bluegills and put them in the bucket and bring them down here to where I can put one on one of the rods for live bait and put fresh shad on the other one. So I'll be right back in a minute. Okay, everybody, I'm back. I'll kill you next time. It's not a big deal. It's a decent size. Here we go. Hey, where we're at? What's up, bud? Hey, Ricky. Yeah, if anybody would like to jump up and help me keep track of chat while we're fishing, the link is pinned top of chat. Hey, Donar. Yeah, great job on the first show tonight, Donar. Can't wait to see next week's show. I have live bluegill on the 12-foot rod, and I have cut shad on guard dog rod. Hey, Alan Dittmeyer, how you doing, bud? Just waiting to see which one get hit first, the live bait or the cut bait. Ooh. No, no one in the basement. Yeah, let's share this out and get more people in here. Hey, Kelly, how you doing? Glad to be out fishing finally. Can everybody hear me good enough? I'm doing good. I finally get out, be out one day of fishing. Hopefully I can catch hook into a few cats. I don't need to hook any more gar, that's for sure. So has anybody been fishing lately? Really? Who's that? Am I missing something, River Rat? Come up on panel and tell me about it. I must have missed something when I left out from over there. Hey, Sugar, welcome in. I won stickers on the show. I didn't win a Guard Dog Pro, no. I was hoping to win a Guard Dog Pro on the show, but I didn't win one. I I might have been the one I just left out. Hey, Joshua, how you doing? Oh, because they were spinning the reel on that right when I had to leave to come over here to get set up. Carpet been jumping all day around here. I know I won the stickers. I won the Guard Dog stickers. I know that. I was hoping to win a couple of those Cat Claws rod holders, but I didn't win them. Someone ended up probably buying a couple of them because I want to give them a try. Hey, Monty, if you see the I don't know how well you can see the yellow rod on the right, but that has a Guard Dog on it. Right now, my money's kind of tight, so I can't really buy any more fishing gear until I get some things I need to do. Monty, you did a good. You get a. Right now, the guard dog is 3-1. Landed 3 guard and lost 1. Ooh, there we go. Oh, that didn't work as good as I thought it would. Hey, JG, how you doing? Yeah, Monty did a great stream. Hey, 205. Thank you. I can use it. Hey, Johnny Small Peppers. Johnny, if I ever catch a catfish, I'm gonna fill him full of red peppers and let him go. Let him go in a bowl of Crisco, hot Crisco. Yeah, if anybody wants to come up and read chat while I'm up here and ask questions, they're more than welcome to. Thank you, Johnny. It's been a beautiful day out here. Hey, David Smith, welcome in. If these guards keep hitting the way they're hitting, I'm going to have to readjust that guard dog to a little bit heavier. Because right now I have it set on the light setting. So how you doing tonight, David? I'm going to have to get that pin squall looked at because bait clicker won't shut off. Thank you. It's not the spot I normally fish out here in this lake, but it's a it's an okay spot. Hey, retired Rick. An Illinois brother. Hey, Cat Claus. So far before the show, I had 3 gar on the hook, and they're stealing. They're good at stealing the cut bait. Oh. I'd love to catch at least a couple cats tonight on live. But if not, it's just about getting out here and enjoying the weather, enjoying the scenery, and being part of God's creation. And if He blesses me with a couple cats, that's great too. Well, it's a beautiful night. It's around 76, 77 degrees. Wind is calm. Hey, down along, how are you doing? Welcome in. See if I can get you closer to where you can see the guard dog rod. Is that better the way you guys can see that stuff? How's that look? Does that look better? River rat, you catch plenty of fish on those guard dog pros. I'm learning them from my water. From my waters around here. Ooh, Goldfoot just got tagged. Can you guys see the 12-foot? Hey, Coastal. Welcome in, Coastal. How's Panda doing? I believe a bluegill just got ripped off the hook by Gar. Yeah, I understand that. How's Backlash doing, Coastal? Come on. Don't play with it. Take it. Something's got that blue girl scared out there. Did you see that rod chip on that 12-foot rod? I'm almost thinking the gar struck again. I'm using live bluegill and cut shad and night crawlers. Oh, got two rods out right now. Okay. Yeah, something's after that bluegill on that 12-foot rod. Two jobs are going to take a toll on him, Coastal. Thank you, Rick. Oh, I understand that, Coastal. Yeah, everybody, this is my new shirt design, new color for the shirts I have out. I mean, fishy, 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 fishy. Is that what you're trying to do, Ernest? I want to disconnect this for a minute because I want to show you guys a view. I don't know if you can see that. That's the sliver in the sky. That's the moon. That's the sunset over there. And there's the guard dog. Yeah, if that 12-foot don't get another hit, I'm going to reel it in and check the bait. Yeah, look at all those bugs around that light. Yeah, it's time to check that bait on the 12-foot because it ain't getting hit anymore. Oh, we got a guard. We got a toothy critter. We got a mad toothy critter. Well, I ain't getting that hook back. He swallowed that one. Oh, no, you don't. You lost. torpedo. Oh, stop. You want to go back in the water, you can get back in the water. But first, see? The varmint that's eating my bait and cut bait. Now I gotta tell me another rig. No, I'm leaving him in there to where he can take care of the Asian carp. It's a lake. They drop it down every fall for the duck hunters. So they go out and take care of the line, and they raise it back up before duck season. Yeah, that Garth Waller, the A-dot purple hook. He wanted that bluegill awful bad. Full husk bluegill. Bluegill and more, we're gonna release you back in the water, so just behave. I'm not telling you how I'm releasing you back in the water, but Going back. Like I said, I didn't tell you how you going back in the water. This riprap over here is treacherous. Yeah, if anybody wants to come up and read chat for a while, they can. Just let me know. And I'll bring you up. Yeah, you can tell a gar bite different from a catfish bite. Yeah, the shad I have in the bucket, I'm going to take them home and put them in a Ziploc baggie and put them in the freezer so I can go fishing again soon. Hey, butterflies, welcome in. How's Ed Evans doing? Well, if we don't get another bite here in a few minutes, I'm going to call it quits and go pick up a couple rods that someone has given me. I'm going to text him and see if it's okay if I can come by and pick them up. His father has a couple uh, big ocean rods that he wants to give me. That's good. We did catch one gar, and we're not skunked. I have a couple guests I'm going to try to get on next week as a to interview and talk to. And I'm going to see if I can get Muddy Rivers Catfishing on here as a guest and talk to him, see how he got started and all that stuff, and see how he got into CatCon and into guide service and all that stuff. So I'm going to see if I can get him on sometime soon as a guest. Oh, you'll get a new PB before it falls over. Hopefully, my next fishing trip will be down the Kaskaskia River, down by the lock and dam. Oh, there we go again. If that's another gar, if that's another gar in a 12-foot, I'm gonna be done with it. Yeah, you see that bite, don't you? I almost guarantee you that's a gar. Hey, Tinkerbell, how you doing? Them gar are on a feeding frenzy. River rat. Have you ever seen a gar swallow an 8/0 circle hook? Here we go again. Yeah, he's hitting again. I'd love to see it be a channel cat, but I'm almost betting at the gar. What do you think, Rick? Oh, I guarantee you he swallowed that hook. know I don't want another gar. Well, you got the bait. You didn't get the hook, but you got the bait. So we'll try this a little differently. Last bait. He's the cut shad. You like the live bluegills too much, so we'll give him something else before you with. Try that one more time. The other pole had cut shad on it. Hey, Paul Abram. I'll eat lobster for dinner tonight, Paula. Rick, I guess Gart does not like shad. But for some reason, they're after the live bluegill I put out there. Hey, Josh, what's up, bud? Josh, I'd still like to get you as a guest on the show some night. Yeah, that's true. But I'd like to hook up with you down around Kaskaskia Lock and Dam and do some fishing on that river with some big blues and flatheads. Uh, I just released a 2.5 3 pound gar on live, and before the live, I caught 3 more gar. These gar have been eating live bluegills left and right. I don't want to be feeding these bluegills all my all these guards all my live bluegill. So I put cat out on both rods. Something's on the hitting the guard dog rod, but it ain't set the guard dog off yet. Josh, let me know what weekend would be good for you to where we can hook up and go fishing the Kaskaskia River down by down at the Kaskaskia Lock and Dam. I'm fishing for flatheads and channel cats, and all I'm catching is gar. Hey, yeah, everybody, please get in the trash bag challenge. We need someone to step up and help take down Yak Shore. Yak Shore has 102 pounds of trash and chain. We have Yak Shore in there, we have Dunbar in it, and Yak Shore needs some competition. Josh, if you can help me, would you please help me promote this trash bag challenge? Because there's close to $1,500 in prizes in this. There's a 3-night Airbnb stay with a 2-day guided ocean fishing trip. And there's up to $500 in prizes for the runners up behind it. So I need some help getting this promoted. Yeah. And so far, Yak Shore is in the lead with 102 pounds of trash. I haven't got anything else from anybody else that's in the competition yet. And that grand prize is for a single person or for couples. Florida Flash is putting up these prizes. So if you do not have Florida Flash, please go to his YouTube channel, watch his videos, click like, share, subscribe, leave a comment that I sent you, and tell him thank you for everything he's doing to help promote this trash bag challenge. He's putting up the 3-day Airbnb. He's putting up the 2-day guided fishing trip, and he also put up the $500 for the following runners up. He chose to do this because he believes in something like this, and I'm trying to help him. And if there's enough people in there that are doing this, I'm going to throw in a couple $25 Amazon gift cards, what I can afford. But no household trash, no trash out of your cars. What's off the riverbanks, fishing banks, H2O5 wild action, city park, hiking trails, national park, campgrounds. Hey, Queen Possum, how you doing? But I need some help promoting this. I need a way to come up with a video, a trash bag video. You know, that's weird. I put cut bait on there and the gar quit. I put a live bluegill out there and they tear it up. What's your thoughts on that one, Josh? Hey, Grey Wolf. Oh, I got the guard dog on the route on the right. Oh, I understand that one, Weekend. Retired Grit, can you answer that one? If you're in here? Good night, Grey Wolf. Don, are you still in here? River Rat. We got 21 people in here. Yeah, good night, Don. You take it easy and get some rest. I was hoping to win another guard dog, but I couldn't stand there long enough. You can love me all you want, Paula, but I won't pick back. Queen, how's Possum doing? Is he busy at work or is he still hauling corn, hauling grain? Yeah, Paula, you can give me all the lobsters you want. I just put them on the smoker and cook them up. Oh, that's how fishing goes. Sometimes you're lucky and sometimes you're not. Just I caught one gar on live and I caught 3 gar off live. But they dropped this water level in this lake drastically. Hey, Jimmy Geiger. I could be doing better. Hey, Rick, here's a question for you. Why is it when I put a live bluegill on the hook, the gar will hit it? But as soon as I put cut bait on the hook, so I cut shad on it and not hitting it. Yeah, that's crazy because normally gar will hit cut bait or live bait, but they're not hitting no shad tonight. They're hitting every live bluegill I put out there. Yeah, they should have. I'd love to seen that one. Can you guys see that yellow rod on the right bouncing? That's weird. Step over here to stand up. on, thing. Let's see what that does. I won't be catching this day tonight. See if I can go pick those rods up next Friday after work or next Saturday after I get off work. Yeah, we'll give this another 20, 30 minutes. Then I'm gonna have to pack up because this lake will be closing down here in a little while, so I want to get everything packed up. Hey, Monty. Yes, there's a guard dog on the right rod. No, I have not thrown another live bait out there yet, Monty, because I got a question for everybody in chat. Every time I put a live bait out there on a 12-foot rod, I catch a gar. But when I put cut bait out there, the gar don't bite. I don't need to set it to more bend. Oh, you want to see me, Monty? See? Hello, Monty. Yeah, well, I'm having problems with reason why I have a set lighter, Monty, is because these cats and gar are hitting light. The cats are hitting the baits a lot lighter, so I have it set with a little bit less more bend. That rod that it's on is a very stiff rod, Monty. That is a stiff rod. The rod that Guard Dog is on, Monty, is meant for trolling. That's a heavy action trolling rod. And with that little bit of a bend, it has quite a hook set. There goes the 12-foot again. Ooh. Please be a catfish. Don't be another gar. Got something on. Got something big on. I know that. Oh, there. Oh, no, you don't. Oh, really? Oh, come in. Oh, no. Hey. Ah, woohoo. Got us the first catfish. Oh, nice big channel cat. Oh, behave. You're gonna be Oh, behave. You're gonna be going back. Hush, hush, behave. Here we go. Nice little channel cat. This would be about a little less than average for this lake. Someone get a screenshot for this? Can someone get a screenshot? But look at how thick those whiskers are. I want to take them back and let them go back. Thank you, butterflies. Was someone able to get a screenshot of that one for me? You let go of that one. Dengar. This will drive me freaking nuts if I go. Something hit that one as it fell and took the head right off the bait. Oh, at least I got one bait still to put back out. Okay. Let's get this big pointer fixed. So far, my dog is good for gardening. Just that heavier because it don't work with a set of lighter. Hey, fluffing stuff. Yeah, Monty, that's another gar. He came in and let go of the bait right at the bank. Was anybody able to get that screenshot of that channel cat? Yeah, them gar are good at that. Look, oh, that's one potatoes again already. I had to put that dang thing out there and had that thing tight. Thank you, Jesus, for these catfish you're giving me. Thank you, Lord, for this beautiful night, calm weather, beautiful skies, nice sunset, starlit skies. Thank you. Monty, that's a stiff rod. It's hard. It's not really. I could probably get a stiffer bend on it because I have a pretty good hook set. I mean, I have the guard dog set on a heavy action right now. And the way that rod is setting, you ain't gonna see the bend. Here, let me show you something real quick, Monty. You're looking at the backside of that rod when it's bent. There's a bend in the rod. Can you see that? Now can you see the bend? Because you guys are looking at the rod bend from almost from behind the rod. I've caught a 28-pound channel cat out of this lake on that rod on the other on the guard dog. This is the first time I've ever used a heavy setting in this lake because of how likely these fish are biting. They got some big channel cats in this lake. They got some big flatheads in here too. Hey, Cash Blast. Hey, I got a 5-pound channel cat, a 3-pound gar on live, and today I caught at least 20 shell crackers and 5 shad for bait. I'm not putting no more live bait out there because every time I put live bait out there, the gar eat it. If you're new in here and you like what you're watching, feel free to subscribe, hit the bell notifications, and hit all on it, and you'll know when to go live and you know when to go fishing. Because every Sunday night, hey Dave Garcher, welcome in. Every Sunday night I do a live show and I would either have a guest or I'll be out fishing. Hey, Monty, that's what you call support. That's what brothers do. I'm still trying to win another guard dog though. Yeah, I got a 5-pound channel cat and a 3-pound gar. I have live bait, but I'm not going to put it on there because every time I put live bluegill on there, the gar eat them. And I'm after the flatheads, not the gar. Good. I'm going to try to see who I can get for a guest next week. Hey, Brad. I did. I cut the Chad. I cut shad into chunks, but I'm trying to leave the bluegills alive for flatheads. But here's a question for you, Brad. Why is it I put a live bluegill on the hook and a 3 or 4 pound gar will swallow an 8-aught circle hook with a bluegill? But as soon as I put cut bait on there, the gar don't bite as much. Yeah, I'm gonna put one. I'm gonna bring one rod. Hook bait on that. I'm gonna bring one rod in and put a piece of cut bluegill on it. Yeah, Monty, I will send you my mailing address for the stickers. Monty, I could probably get a little bit more bend in that if I adjust that tensioner down towards the bottom. Hey, Maurice, welcome in, bud. Did you guys just see that 12-foot rod get hit? Maurice Case is an awesome person. He subscribes to everybody's channel. He loves everyone in this catfishing community. So, Monty, if you'd like to, you can put out your Guard Dog Inc. channel and your channel and YouTube, and I'm sure Maurice will go over there and hooks at you. If he hasn't already. Hey, JTC, how's it going? I have 1 5-pound channel cat and I have a 3-pound gar. Ashley, thank you, Brad. So if you don't have Guard Dog Inc., there's a link that you can go over there and hook at them, and they do a show every Sunday night, an hour before mine, and they're gonna be promoting their guard dogs, and who knows, you might get lucky and get into a drawing. Actually, don't love me no more. Mike Urban. You don't love me no less either. What's your question, JTC, Jamie? Oh, I'm ready for a monster too. I'm gonna try something, Monty. Yeah, well, this yeah, well, this works. We'll find out how that works, Monty. With that kind of bend. Oh, I'm nervous on that. Monty, wish us luck on that one. You still in here, Monty? I'm a little nervous about putting that much of a bend in it. All right, I'll try that. I'm just nervous about that much of a bend. Don't put that fish on the bank there, Doug. Something is hitting that guard dog as I was setting it. What the heck? Which one's going to get the first fish? The guard dog or white lightning? You guys tell me which one you think is going to get the first fish. Well, it looks like White Lightning's getting the action now. I don't know if I have something on or not. Another guard, quick set release. Like that. Guard attack. Come on. I guess he's still pretty light. Don't play with it. I bet you another guard. Come on. Oh, how much more ladder I need to set you? I've got that guard dog set pretty light. Oh, how much wider I need to set it? Oh, don't be another car. Good, broke the hook. I didn't want another gar. All right. Who wants me to put on a piece of cup video? Hey, Monty, why don't you or Brad come up on panel and help me with this? Because I have that guard dog pro so light. He should have set that thing off. I should have had that one because he wasn't pulling that rod that tight. Hey, Linda. Hey, Lynn. Hey, Tim. I'm trying to lose. I'm trying to do to where I can lose some weight, Ashley. And my weight is not helping me much right now. Hey, buds.
Hey, how you doing, Evan?
What's up,
I
Evan?
could be doing a lot better because I got this guard dog set so dang light. they're not pulling hard enough to do any good.
Hey, Avid.
Well,
Hey,
I'll
what's
tell you
up?
what, brother. Make sure, no matter what rod you're using, is if you're using a heavy rod, just go half a rod bend. No matter what rod you're using, if you feel like you're putting over a half a rod bend, back it up. But on a heavy rod, there's more. Hey, Brad.
How's it going, Monty?
I'm doing good, brother. Hey, Ashley, how you doing? Hey, Linda.
Yeah, Avid, don't be afraid to set that tension light. I mean, it's got a lot of movement on that. When you go to the light side, you can get a lot of adjustment out of it, even on that heavy rod.
Hold on. Let me show you what I got, where I got it set. On this heavy action rod, as much as you seem to bent,
Yeah, you got it set like in between a 45 and straight up.
that's where she's set right now.
That's
Yeah.
about right, Evan. That's about
I might have to
right.
go a little bit lighter,
Show
but,
me a max.
but with
Evan,
this
show
rod,
me a
I let
maximum rod bend on that.
hey,
Show me a
but
maximum rod.
without eyelet, it's kind of hard to set it that much lighter.
It will, believe it or not. The thing about it is when you get your line casted
Hey,
out
Linda.
and you get that guard dog in the tip of your rod,
Right.
you can actually pull that down and adjust that tension and keep bumping it and keep moving it to where you get it on the lightest little point right before it takes and hits it, and it'll actually, you can set it to like a hair trigger, and it looks like you got some current there to work with too. So
This lake don't have much of a current.
oh, it don't.
No. The only time this lake has a current is when they drop the water out.
Yeah, it looked like it was moving, but it might just be my screen.
No, it's moving because they're pulling water out. Because they're getting it ready for duck season for the duck hunters so they can come in and fix their blinds. Then once they get the blinds fixed, you're going to pump more water back in. But
Hey, Avid, can you
it
show
messes
me?
up the
Can you
flatheads in this
show,
lake.
Avid, can you kind of show me sort of a rod bend on that heavy rod, sort of a maximum bend with your hand? Can you sort of show me that?
Yeah, let me get it casted out there and I'll show you the maximum bend.
Yeah,
How many out?
Once you get used to that trigger, setting that trigger as light as you can, but you only want a half a rod bend.
How much weight you got on there, Avid? 4 ounces or 6 ounces?
Hey, retired Rick, how you doing, brother?
I'm going to have to get this pin reel fixed here in a minute. Because I can't get the bait clicker to shut off so I can cast it.
Brad, I normally, on my medium heavy to my heavy rods, I'm usually a notch or a notch and a half left of center. I'm just barely hanging on that rod tip eye.
I do too when I set them like near vertical, but when you got them leaning like that, it changes that angle of that nose and on that rod, and sometimes you can actually set it past that, because I've done it a few times on a heavier rod. They'll hold on to that edge just a little bit, like you won't even, it will almost not be in the eye because
I'll show you the
how
heavy
it's sitting.
rod bend in this thing. Anyway.
What rod is that?
Just with your hand, Avid, show me your bend in the rod before you set the dog up. That's too much, Avid.
Mm-hmm.
That's as max as I'd take it.
That's too much.
Take
it
your
up.
I wouldn't do that any more than that.
Take it up a little bit, Avid. That's too much.
Lighten it up.
That's a death wish.
Good thing the hook was in the water.
Thank God that wasn't me. I gotta retie it now. Knot came undone.
Yeah, it doesn't matter if I'm using a light action, a medium action, a heavy action. It doesn't matter. I pull
That
that
almost hurt
rod.
me.
I pull that rod down until it's at a maximum bend, and then you just bring it up half a rod bend, just a half a rod bend.
What rod are you using, Avid?
That's a BJ trolling rod.
Yeah, that'll be a pretty stiff rod.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. That this thing is pretty stiff. It ain't nothing light.
It's actually stiffer than a heavy.
This is also the rod I caught the 28-pound channel cat out of this lake with.
Yeah, those rods are like broomsticks. I mean, they're pretty stout.
That's why I asked you guys to come up so you can help me figure this one out for this rod.
Well, you're getting to be a pro at it, Avid. It's just those little fine-tuning adjustments. You're getting to be a pro with using a dogs. It's not your, you're doing great. It's just those little bitty tweaks that sometimes makes all the
All
difference.
right, let's try this again. Get in there. How about that?
Looks better. That looks better. That looks better. Now, see your middle notch, Avid, where your tension string's at? Do you see the little circle,
Yeah, right
or
here.
little rectangle where your No, at the top on the guard dog. On the
Where your
guard
string's
dog,
attached to it.
where your string's attached to it. Go one notch left of center.
Say what?
That's it right there. Now reel in your slack and you should be good to go, brother.
I have to re-rig it, but that's what it looks like.
That
I want to see
that
something
looks,
just with a light tug.
Hey, Avid.
What?
Yeah. You can always, the loop where your adjuster is, you can always take your finger, your pointer finger, and stick it in that loop and pull it down, and then you can adjust your adjuster. It'll help you make it a little easier so you don't have to worry about that guard dog flying off or it accidentally tripping. You grab that, you put your finger right in that eyelet, and you put your thumb on the top of it with your other finger, and you can actually pull it down to you and adjust it, and it won't flip off on you.
Well, see, I'm trying to get it light enough to where these gar and catfish
it'll
that are
let
biting
you
lightly will get hooked quicker.
Yeah, when you're setting that guard dog up, though, if you put your finger in there and you pull down just a little bit, you can adjust that adjuster easier. And then when you can ease off of letting go of it, and it'll help you set that, because you'll figure out exactly where that has to be.
Instead of me trying to get hit by the guard dog when I'm setting it up.
Yeah. And usually, if you're on the other side of the rod, it makes it a little easier.
well,
Thank God it was on. See, there's a rod.
Yeah, actually, Avid, I'll tell you what, you could actually give it just a little less bend than what you got right now. Just a slightly less bend. Extend that tension string just a little bit, because with that super stiff rod like that, you don't need much of a hook set. It's going to set that hook well.
Yeah, it will. I have a couple musky trolling rods, and I've set them up with them, and it does not take hardly anything at all on them to set a hook.
No. On that tension string, I'll tell you, the guard dogs are so simple and so easy. It's just getting used to that trigger.
They do have a kind of an idea for these guard dogs, though.
I know you was talking about a snare.
Huh?
I said, I know you was talking about using them for a snare.
No, I mean, you know how they're set up like this,
Yeah.
and you run a line like that. But if you give this a little bit of a twist, to where the line can go through the square, and you can just pull it straight down. You understand what I'm saying?
I know what you're saying. I've never did it though or tried it.
It's just a thought. I ain't gonna do it, but
No, I don't.
just a thought I might share. I was going to share with Monty. Instead of it being square like that, give it a little bit of a 45 angle of a twist.
I don't know. I'd
I
leave
see
it
what
how
you're
it
saying
is.
now.
If it works pretty good the way it is.
I know. I just say I
But
just had
Abbott,
thoughts.
here's my suggestion, Abbott. Okay, listen just for a second. Here's my suggestion. Give yourself just a little less rod bend than you're at right now. Just a little less rod bend. You don't need that much with that stiff pull, but give yourself just a little less rod bend and set that trigger where you think it's going to go off. I mean, you can look at that little nose inside of that eye and you say, man, that's ready to trip. That's where you want it.
Yeah, I'm going to try that after I get this re-rigged. I lost a guy right at the bank as he got underneath a rock and wouldn't give me my hook back.
They're good for that.
Well,
I'll
he
tell
took
you what.
he took the hook, he took the sinker, he took the swivel, he took the sinker slide.
That's
I'll tell you
normal.
what- I'll tell you what, Brad Dominique, Hollis, he's sure been tearing them gar up. He's been
Oh, yeah.
with dogs. Yeah.
Yeah, the guard dog will put them right through their mouth. I had that one I showed you the picture of. They smack them pretty good. Usually you don't get to see them unless they tangle the line up.
Well, see, I'm trying to figure this out for this lake because I got the rivers down pat with this. But I go to different lakes with different conditions, and I'm trying to get it set up differently for each body of water.
Each bank you fish is going to be different too, because the grade isn't always the same, or you're not in the same material, or you may say that you may be on a slope bank and your rod holder may not be set in the exact same way. It all plays a part in it. Once you start using them, you'll get used to the little quirks of doing it, and you'll find new easier ways to set them up that are more efficient.
But man, they'll sure pick up the extra fish. Gosh,
Oh, they do.
They pick up them extra fish. Hey, Avid, it looks like Tim's. There he is. I started saying, looks
up,
like
Tim?
Tim's in the basement.
Okay,
Hey, I'm trying to keep up with everything.
okay, I'm gonna put my 2 cents worth in right now. Monty, you seen last week on Stan's show I caught that red ear on the guard dog.
Yeah, that
are
little bitty
absolutely
right there.
You're absolutely correct. Loosen the tension on the rod. That was the biggest problem I had with my Hellcat rod, was I'd have the tension set so tight that when the fish would bite, it couldn't deploy the guard dog. It was stuck in the island.
Yeah.
So you're right with the heavy rods, a little bit less tension on it.
Yeah.
If it was a medium heavy or a medium light, you set them up a lot different.
Yeah, you know, you got to look at it this way. You know, when that rod's bent, Tim, with a heavy rod, man, that's a lot of tension on that tension string. There's a lot of tension.
It took me a lot of time to sit there and watch that rod going like this and this and this with the guard dog still in there to realize I had so much tension on it that it couldn't pull out.
Right.
Once I loosened that tension up just a little bit, you seen what happened, Monty. You seen it last Sunday morning. I had my back turned on that fish, and I'm going to say right now, if I had that rod in my hand and that red ear was biting on that rod, I probably would not have caught him. I think the only reason why I caught that is because the guard dog went off faster than I could.
It's
That
physics,
happens a
Timmy.
lot.
You can't actually think quick enough a lot of times on
Exactly.
those bites.
Exactly. And I'm telling you right now, I wholly believe I never would have caught that fish had I had not had the guard dog on there. And the
Well,
funny thing about this, Monty, you wanted me to send you a message. Well, I'm going to tell you this right now. Every fish that I've caught on the guard dog, I've had my back turned on them.
Mhm.
That's
Every-
normally the way it goes.
Every one of them.
You don't realize how many fish you miss when you're not looking at it until they start piling up from the guard dog catching the fish that you're not seeing that you're missing. So you don't ever realize how much you're missing until it's actually made noticeable.
That's
Yep.
true. That's true.
Yep.
Because if
But
you
Timmy,
realistically, if you wouldn't record your fishing trips and you went out and you're like, man, I didn't get a single bite. The fact is, you probably missed 20 bites, and that's why you didn't have bait on it when you went to go check it.
Hey, Timmy, I'm going to ask you in front of all the audience, and me and you haven't talked about this at all. But now that you've had a chance to really see how the dogs work, how they actually work, tell the audience your honest opinions on them. You can't hardly beat a dog's reaction time, can you?
Here's my honest opinion, and Monty, I'll be honest with you. When I first got the guard dog, I struggled so hard with it, I almost threw it in the tackle box.
Yeah.
But I didn't give up on it, and it was the simple fact of the tension on the line that I had to adjust. And after that, it was smooth sailing. And I've told you, like I just said right there, I've caught all my guard dog fish, not even looking at the pole. So once you get it set to where you know what you're doing, you got it. I think it's a great invention.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, and like I say, this wasn't rehearsed by no means.
Absolutely not.
Nope. By no means. But I want people to know that, you know what, like any new fishing tool, I don't care if it's a live scope, I don't care if it's what you've got. When you got a new fishing tool, it takes you a few times just to learn the correct ways to use that tool. Once you got to figure, and they're really simple once you understand it, Tim, ain't they? They're
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Really.
You get to that point where you just go, "What was I thinking?"
Yeah, it's so
And then-
simple, but you still, it's something new. It's something you have to learn on your own. It doesn't take a few times out, but no. Again, you can
Almost done
Set-
re-rigging this.
set one up in 5 seconds. Would you guess 5 seconds?
Yeah,
Yeah,
Probably.
Yeah. Once you got it, you got it either hooked up to your rod holder or pegged in the ground. The setup is like that. It's simple, quick.
the cool thing is you can practice in your yard with it. I mean, you don't even have to go to the river to do it. You can do it right in your backyard, side yard.
My
Hey, CFO. Hey,
problem
Kevin.
is if
Hey,
I did
Dave.
that in my backyard, my dogs would go nuts. They'd run into the line and set it off, and they'd be going crazy.
You just attach it to a dog toy and you throw it out there for them, and when they go to grab it, you'll see how it sets the hook.
That's exactly the problem. Once I do
Hey,
it once,
Jimmy,
I want me to do
tie
it
it on.
repeatedly over and over again.
Tim, I got a question for you on that little red ear.
Dogs like things like that.
What weight of rod was you using on that?
That right here that I caught, I had a medium heavy Hellcat Patriot rod. It was 7.6 Hellcat Patriot rod, and I had a number 6 circle hook on there, a big circle hook. I was catfishing.
Wow. And caught that red ear.
Yeah, I mean, and like I said, it was all because of the tension, because that's a medium heavy action rod, and I loosened it. I've always had the tension set like Abbott had it earlier when it was set down pretty deep. I've always had it set like that, but that day right there, I set about halfway back, just like you said earlier, bring it about halfway back, and that's what did it.
That's the secret. That's the secret. Hey,
Welcome
Danny,
in,
how you
Catfish
doing, brother?
Peter. Retired Rick. Danny
Yeah,
Stone. How's it going?
Danny's in here. Danny just got a couple dogs. I'm looking forward to seeing what his thoughts are. I'll tell you what, I think Danny would be the ideal person to use a guard dog.
And Danny, Coda last night was must-see TV. I'm gonna tell you right now. Woo, that was exciting.
Oh, that was awesome. That was awesome. I'll tell you what, that little girl, she'll have memories for life.
You better watch out, boy. He got somebody on his back now.
That's it. But I do still want you to give me a call one day, Tim. Give me a call.
Okay.
Come on.
Abbott's getting the hang of it really well. It's just, again, he uses awful heavy rods, and a lot of people don't realize that, man, that's a lot of tension, on that string. You got to figure that tension string's really holding that pole tight, with a heavy rod.
Yep.
Bring it up a little bit.
Lighten that tension up.
Hey, Eric, good to see you, brother. I think all of our kids and grandkids are, Danny. I think they're all training to take over for us.
He came down.
Hey, Brad.
Yeah.
Nice job on the show tonight, too, brother. Good job.
Hey, no problem. Sorry about being late.
Oh, that's no problem.
I wanted to try to get some stuff around. That way I had it in front of me for the show, but I was not moving as well as I wanted to.
I will have to admit that I slept through the show, Marty. I'm so sorry.
That's fine, Timmy. I'll tell you what, though, when you get a chance, sneak in and see the show sometime.
Oh yeah, I'll rewatch it tonight.
The next 2 or 3 weeks, we're giving away a lot of nice random prizes for people that's, just as appreciation. Yeah, if you guys get a chance, go to Guard Dog Inc. on YouTube. It's a brand new show. We're going to start it's an hour before Avid show on Sunday night. So if you get a chance, swing by and say hey.
Oh, definitely.
Hey, Fishing the Dream. Nice to see you.
What's up, George?
Danny, she's amazing. That little girl didn't, what? Most of your younger kids haven't got the patience. They want to be on their cell phones. They don't want to be out there in nature. Your granddaughter's an amazing little girl. She's an amazing young lady.
Yeah, I seen him do his mail call the other day. They're pretty excited to get all that stuff they got. It looked like they were having a blast. Well, I have to get a channel or blue.
I'll be back in just a few minutes, guys.
All right, Monty.
We're gonna hook you. Oh,
Yeah.
tell me you didn't. Yeah, you did. Stop. You're a stubborn little rat.
See, right now is the time the guard dog should be going off too.
Yeah, that's usually when you turn your back's turned to it. It's usually when it's doing its work.
Yeah. Hey, I'm not kidding you, Brad. You go back and look at some of my videos. Every one of my catches on guard dogs. I've been
Would
looking
you
at the
stop?
screen, talking to the audience, and look over the shoulder and see that baby go bing.
Trust me, I know how it goes. It happens to me a lot
Stop.
more than I realized. Even
There.
welcome in, Fishing the Dream.
Channel cat.
Man, Abbott,
On
you hung
Chad.
tight, bro. I'm glad to see you catching some catfish, man. I'm glad to see it.
These things are ornery when you get them on the bank.
The bigger they are, the
Better
worse
wanna
they
catch
get.
a screenshot.
I got a screenshot of your one earlier, Avid, and I think I sent it to you. You might check later. Oh, nice release. So how's your knee doing, Brad?
It's pretty sore. I got it propped up right now. Actually laid in bed, but
Hey, Danny.
he needs a hand, so I wanted to swing in here and
Hi, Eric.
see if I could help him.
Well, I gotta put another rig on the hook. That one's swallowing A-dot circle hook.
They'll do
So I
that
just
once
cut
in
the
a
line and
while.
let him keep it.
It's kind of funny. About 1 out of every 10 will swallow the circle hook. It's kind of, I don't get it.
Yeah, if they hit it and then sit on it for a minute, it don't take them very long to take and swallow it. I got a little hook remover tool I use to get them out.
Well, I usually figure if I can't see it, it's his.
Usually it's where you can see it. It's just pretty deep back in there.
Hey, Evan, what lake you fishing at tonight?
I don't think he heard you.
I don't think so either.
I wish I was there in person just to show him exactly how to set that rod up. I know he's getting close. He's getting closer. But man, if he could set that rod up the way it needs to be set up, he'll catch him some fish.
Yep.
Well, the nice thing is when you get the guard dog set up right, usually on a circle hook, they don't usually get timed to swallow it either.
No, they don't know what hit them. They take off, it's done.
I just like that hook removal tool because if you get a gar or if you get a turtle or something else you don't want to put your hands near, it helps
Yep.
get it out without you losing a finger or needing stitches by the time you're done.
That is exactly what those are ideal for, turtles especially.
I caught a pretty good size with this spring this year that I was glad I had it.
Yeah, I bet. Usually when I pull a turtle up on the shorts, nope, you get the hook. See you later.
Yeah, I try my best to get them out because it does affect how they eat. So I ain't stick my finger in there to get it out, but I'll do what I can to make sure to try to get it out as easy as possible.
Well, you know, a lot of them will get down there in that wood and get that hook on that wood and pull it out of their mouth.
Yeah, sometimes they will. I've clipped them before just to get them out, which gets bad because your fingers get a lot closer than I like them to be.
Yeah, no kidding.
That's why I don't noodle for catfish. Be my luck, I'd find the first turtle in the hole.
Exactly. Or a snake.
I don't worry about the snake as much as I do the turtle. Snake won't take your finger, at least not initially.
On that rod.
Hey, Danny Stone, are you still in here? Are you still in chat?
He was, Monty.
He might have dropped out.
Yep, he's in here.
Hey, Danny, I've sent you a few messages. I know, brother, you're getting ready to try out your new guard dogs, but it's set your rod up in a rod holder. Brad can tell you, set your rod in a rod holder up in the backyard. Use whatever pull you want to use, but always remember, just go a half a rod bend. Don't put too much pressure on that rod bend. It don't need it. But set that dog up until it looks like it's just barely ready to trip. You can look at that little nose inside that rod tip eye and have it right out towards the end where it looks like it's going to trip. And if your river current's too hard and the dog does accidentally trip, then you need to, you can just slide that tension string just a little bit heavier to get used to that. But I'll tell you, the way you fish, Danny, on the side of a bank like you normally do, they're going to work ideal for you, brother. They're going to work ideal.
You know what? With the current that he has in that river, this is going to be the first really good test of the guard dogs against some hard current.
Well, Brad's fished a lot of current.
Yeah. When the all glades or the Maumee's flowing real good, I mean, I've had to tension them the other way towards the heavy side, and they still work real good.
That's going to be interesting. Go ahead.
Like even for me, on a higher current, I still don't get it very far on the high side. I don't ever need it. Danny might if the water's flowing real hard by him, but
yeah,
he still ain't going to make it all the way to the hard side of it. It won't need to.
No, he'll probably be somewhere in the middle if he's in heavy currents. He'll be somewhere right in the middle.
Usually it tends to be one either way.
Yeah, Dominique usually he's fished the Mississippi. He's fished the Ohio. He's fished about all the rivers. And I don't think Dominique set it over halfway.
Everybody still there?
Yep, we're still here, Adam.
Yeah, Danny. Yeah, set them up in the backyard. I tell you what, it's so easy just to learn it in 10, 15 minutes. You can pull on the tension string. You can see your rod, see if it's, how heavy it's looking. But when you get down to the river, like I say, if you set it up, just set it as light as you think that river current's going to trip it. Then you can catch it. You can catch a half-pound catfish if you want to, with your heavier rods. But it's just getting used to adjusting your trigger. And I'll tell you, it's so simple. It's really, Tim can tell you, we make it harder than what it really is. Most people.
Oh my God. We overthink it way too much. It's so simple.
Yeah, it's so simple. We got 6-year-old little boys, using the guard dogs that they, of course, they're simple minds. They don't overthink it so much. So, yeah, Eric, if you get a chance, try it out, brother. I'll tell you, I think you'll really, really enjoy them. I'll tell you, it's just basic physics. There's no way in the world when that fish runs and that string, when that fishing line applies pressure for that to trip, them fish are caught. They don't even realize it. They're already hooked.
And Monty, you might want to suggest too that you remember we had that talk about your tip on your guard dog is just a 30-second too long.
Yeah,
might want to pull it out of the rod tip just a little bit. Don't bury it all the way in there.
Yeah,
give me a minute. I'll be right back, guys.
Okay, Evan. That's the problem most people have. There's only 2 rods, guys, that I have found on the market today that really don't work well with the guard dogs. Now, Timmy, you said you had a little issue with your ugly stick. Now, I have never had a problem with my ugly stick. So I don't know what the difference. They've got different rod eyes, I know, on different, even though it's the same rod sometimes. They all come from China most of the time. So I think some of them's oddballs, but I've had a few problems with real tiny eyes that basically if you dig that nose in that eye too far, it may not trip well. Now, 95% of your rods work perfect no matter what. But if you ever get a rod tip eye, what I do is when I set mine up with a rod, I'll actually put the guard dog in the rod eye and just move it back and forth to make sure it swings out of that rod tip eye. 95% will work. I've had a few Uncle Lou's. Most Uncle Lou rods work great, but I've had a few that caused issues because they got the smaller, fatter rod tip eyes where you really have to have that set on a lighter setting to do, work it right. A few of the smaller rods, some of your real lightweight rods, I've had a few issues with really, really tiny eyes. But we've got a modification, even if you're using a rod with really tiny eyes, we've got a new modification video on our website that shows basically you can trim that little nose down 3/32 of an inch. And that makes that nose almost perfectly rounded.
I haven't done that yet.
There's no little straight edge to it with that little bit of straightness taken off. Again, most people won't need to do that. 95% of your rods will work perfect. But if you ever get a rod tip eye that's just a little too small, you'll want to cut the end of that guard dog's curved nose off just 3/32, not even 1/8 of an inch. It's just a small amount. But that will avoid that tangling up in a smaller rod eye.
Bonnie, you know what? I told you I had a problem with my ugly sticks. You know what fixed that? The
What's
tension.
that?
The
Yeah,
tension.
that does it, Timmy.
That's all it
That
was.
does.
All
When
the
you
whole
set it
time,
up-
my ugly sticks worked just fine with it now. It was just the tension because I had it set so tight it couldn't pop it out of that eyelet.
Yeah.
That's it. That's
There-
it. Half
That's all it was.
half a rod bend on all your medium heavies and a lower. On a heavy rod, just go again half of a maximum rod bend, even if there ain't much bend in it at all. It don't take an inch. It don't take 1 inch to set that hook through a catfish's mouth on a heavy rod. So,
Hey, George
Just-
Ray, Fishing the Dream.
hey, Fishing the Dream.
Yep, you said something about me having problems with my ugly sticks. I had to laugh a little bit because that was the problem, the tension all along. It wasn't the rod, it was the tension.
Yeah, I'd never had a problem with any of my rods. I'll tell you, I had one trouble. Now, Brad has 3 or 4 Uncle Lou rods, correct, Brad?
Yeah, I got 4 of them.
Now, how many doesn't work real well without setting a light?
I have 2 that work perfect, and I have 2 that you got to really watch how you set them up, or they'll hang up. And the eyes are just fractionally different. I mean, if you look at all 4 of them, you wouldn't notice a difference until you actually get up on the eye and actually look. And it doesn't go against the quality of the rods. The quality of the rods are great. It's just the manufacturer changed that one eye on the 2 of them, and they're just a little different, and they don't work as well in them.
Right.
Well,
right.
once I put a cut bluegill on the guard dog, I got cut shad on the 12-foot.
Like,
Catch you a monster, brother. But yeah, like I
That-
say, 95% of them is just basically if you set them up, again, if you set them up in the backyard, you'll know instantly. In 5 minutes, you'll be a pro. I mean, you'll really be a
In
pro.
5 minutes in the backyard, the dogs will have a new toy to play with.
That's it. Yeah, yours would, Evan.
It was kind of cool getting that medium Mad Catz rod, because it was a little bit of, at first, is a little bit of a challenge to get it set up for that rod, because I'm used to using a medium heavy, and that medium rod is actually a little lighter than what most people's medium heavies are. So I actually took and it was able to give it a little more. And then it actually has quite a bit more adjustment that I can actually use to lighten it up quite a bit, it's pretty cool.
Well, on a medium,
On these Chihuahuas, they leave this rag dolls, the stuffed toys outside. Knowing my luck, I'd tie a guard dog to it. As soon as they go out every time, they pick up the one of the stuffed toys and just run around the yard. They'd pick up the wrong one. Next thing thing you see is a chihuahua flying across the yard
Yeah, yeah.
with a toy in
Well,
his mouth.
well, I'll tell you what. Of course, the guard dogs are pretty strong. It wouldn't hurt the guard dogs. It might hurt the dog's teeth a little bit. That's a problem.
It hurt the dog's landing.
Yeah, yeah.
The cool thing is, even if you have a bobber out on the water fishing for catfish and you're letting the bobber go, you can still put the guard dog on it.
Really?
And it will still set the hook on it. And I've did it quite a bit both ways just to see how well it works. And it actually works pretty good with the little rig that I got.
I want to know where you get those bobbers from.
Which bobbers?
The ones you have on your rigs.
Oh, that bobber that I had, that's a Temu freebie. I mean, they do all right. I mean, I wouldn't say they're the nicest bobber, but for the price of them, they work.
That's interesting, Brad. I never thought about putting a guard dog on a bobber.
Yeah, it works.
I like the bobber. That's why I was asking, because that would work good.
I actually have some drops that I made. They're kind of like the Patriot bobbers. They don't light up. I just shove glow sticks in them, but I make a bigger version of it to throw like you use them for like drops, just to throw them like almost like jugging, basically.
Yeah.
They do it a lot in Tennessee. We've did it, and we've thrown them out in the coves, and then you go around and chasing them with a hook. But I make a big version of the smaller bobbers that I use that I made for it.
The Chandler cats are coming back with a vengeance. I know that.
Hey, Sampy, how you doing, brother?
Hey, Santa Fe.
A bobber is just another way to get fishing done that sometimes they work out well in certain times of year, and sometimes they don't work at all. Sometimes they want stuff right on the bottom, but when
Hey,
these
Sandy,
lakes
what's going on, brother?
when these lakes get that thermocline, and say that thermocline starts at 20 foot on your lake and you got 40 foot of water, you can put that bobber at 16, 17 feet, and you put it right in where they want it. So it's a good way to fish a thermocline.
I need to get some more of those bobbers, because every time I get them, I pass them out to people that don't have anything.
Yeah.
Hey, and by the way, Tim, I was going to tell you, through all my testing, now on my medium heavy Mad Cat rods, I can drop a 1/4 ounce sinker and trip the dogs easily when it's set really light. Again, so man, it don't take much of a tug, even for a nice medium heavy rod. It don't take much.
Yeah, I finally learned that after. God, I hate to keep saying this, but it was just the tension problem. After that, everything else, just like you said, fell right into place and just started going like crazy.
Like Brad knows and Monty's knowing, I've got to learn how to handle this broomstick.
Yeah. they're the ones you're using are broomsticks, especially that yellow one. That one's pretty stout. I can tell by how you're bending it.
Trolling rod, and I mean, I've seen trolling rods, but nothing that heavy.
I got some pretty heavy rods at the house. I've played with them on the tension on the guard dogs. I don't even use them around here because they're way too heavy. Because a 10-pound channel barely wiggles the front eyes of them. So
but that one they'd have to hit that thing pretty hard.
Yeah, I call them logs because that's about what they are. They're stiff.
Where are you fishing at tonight, Abbott?
I'm at Frank Horseshoe Lake.
Horseshoe? I thought that's where you were at when you pulled that first catfish in.
Well, see, that's just maybe those 2 5-pounders.
Yeah,
they're babies for this lake. Because you can get two.
I would have took those 5-pounders to Crisco Lake.
Yeah, but I'm not. I'm just out here just to have fun and enjoy the night and catch a couple fish.
Yep. When we start getting into that cool down periods, usually when I start keeping fish, I get that about a month of cool down, and then I'll start catching channels to put in the freezer.
See, I'm the same way when I crappie fish. I will not crappie fish in the summertime.
Yeah,
I don't. I
Because
do it this time of year, and I do it in early spring.
yeah.
Yeah, Susquehanna Stan said, "What pay lake is that, Avid?"
This is no pay lake. This is state park.
Watch it, Stan. We got our eyes on you, brother.
Tim, you know what to do.
I'll let him go on that one. It was kind of funny.
But see, this lake is known for big channel cats and big flatheads. There's no blues in this lake. So far, the lake record in this lake for a flathead is
Wow.
77 pounds.
that's a good flathead.
And
That's
this
nice
is
fish.
the flathead
That's
hatchery.
nice fish.
Not many people have caught flatheads out of here.
Well, I can tell
I'll
you the
pull the-
largest blue caught on a. Hey, Avid, here's a little goal for you. The largest blue on a guard dog so far is 62 pounds. The largest flathead on the guard dogs is only 38. So you can top that record right there.
Oh, I could top that record down at the Locking Dam on the Kaskaskia River.
There you go. Anything
That's
over
easy.
38 on the flat, you got it.
I could top 38 on the Kaskaskia River.
Yeah.
I know
Yeah.
I've caught a bunch of 20s on a bunch of 20s on the guard dog this year. A lot more than I normally do.
And I know I can catch an 83 down on the Kaskaskia Blue. That's no problem.
With
See,
62.
Avid's got it good because he lives on the end of the Kaskaskia. I live right up at the headwaters where it's about a foot deep the whole way.
Maurice,
I'm down
sounds
here with the
good,
big
brother.
boys like to swim. Yeah, Maurice, I'll get you taken care of on a few guard dogs.
Hey, Donald, how you doing, brother?
Yeah, and if you need a promo code, just message me. I'll send you a promo code for it.
Yeah, Brad 5.
Yep.
It's Brad Fox.
But see, Brad, he's having medical issues right now and with his wife and stuff, so he's kind of tight for money. That's
Oh,
why I said I'm going to try to help him out with some guard dogs.
I ain't tight for money, Avid.
No, I'm saying Maurice.
Oh, yeah.
He's
You said-
been going through a lot of medical
talking-
issues and
yeah,
billing issues with his wife. So,
Well, we'll be praying for you, Maurice.
and
Hey, guys,
anytime
I
he
got to take this phone call. I got to take this
anytime
phone
he
call.
tries
I'll be right
to
back.
need to tackle, I try to help him out.
All right, Monty. Have a good one.
Yeah, go to him, Monty. That's why I try to help him out when I can.
That's awesome, Avid.
Would you believe I sent him a black and gold crappie reel, and he bought a rod for it. He spooled it with 6-pound test. He never put it on the rod. He put the back in the box. He shrink wrapped it and put that reel on the shelf. A beautiful black and gold rod. It was perfect. I think it was a pin reel or something like that. I sent it to him so he could use it. He says, "Yeah, one bought me a rod for it. I lined it with reel. I seen how beautiful it was. I put it back in the box and I shrink wrapped it in the box and put it on the shelf. I love it."
I was watching Fishing Fever's replay this morning and with Danny and Coda on there. When Coda caught that big fish, Danny broke Black Betty.
He what?
He broke Black Betty. You can see right there on the picture. You can see some big ass fish grabbed a hold of Black Betty, brought her almost down to the water, and then when Andrew went to reach down there and grab it out of the rocks, snapped the handle on the rod.
Oh,
Oh no.
Oh yes, snapped about 8 inches off that rock. You can see it sitting there in the rock, bending real hard, and then it just boom knocked right over where it broke right off.
Oh
that
man.
would suck.
Yep. You know he loves that rod, man. I bet he's heart broke right now.
Oh, he's sick to his stomach.
I bet he finds a way to put it back together. What do you make a bet?
Well, you know what? You could probably just rebutt the end of that. Just not have a longer butt on the end of it. But
There's some good creative ways to fix some stuff if you want to take the time to do it.
yeah.
I've fixed a couple reel seats on a couple rods in the last few years that I liked so much that I did it, and then after I'm like, it was already broke. I should have just put a better reel seat on it.
Hey, Brad. Marie
Yeah.
says it's worth too much to me. It's priceless. That real.
I got some stuff that I set back myself and don't use, or I'll use it once to say I used it and then put it up.
Oh, I do too. I do too. I sure do too. I got lures from my grandfather. They'll never touch the water because I'm afraid I'll lose them.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, trust me. Hey, Danny Stone.
Danny, my condolences on Black Betty, buddy. Oh man. Hope you can get her fixed, buddy.
Yeah, you
Yeah,
can.
my condolences on Black Betty. He's gonna shove a broomstick in the handle.
I'd do that.
Spray it on.
I'd find you a dial rod and sand it down and work it in there, and then you can epoxy it. It'll be twice as good as new.
Yeah, but I can see Danny trying to shove a broomstick up Black Betty's backside.
Going, yeah, break that off. Yeah.
I already got the broomstick. I'm trying to get set up on a guard dog.
Danny's probably gonna put a piece of rebar in the backside of it. That way it don't break there again.
No, that'll bend.
Hey,
It'll
bends
and
don't
stay
break.
bent. Oh, you're going to shove a broomstick handle and a bunch of epoxy on it. I'd still want to keep that ride long. I put a piece of bluegill out there and a piece of cut shad, and now nothing's hitting.
Well, at least the gars went away.
Thank God.
Mm-hmm. That usually happens like that.
Well, I tell you what, people
the
are catching a lot of those lately.
The guard dog's total gar count for the night, even before the show, is 16.
Yeah, I know. I've caught my fair share of them.
I have not caught one catfish on that guard dog tonight. It's all been gar.
Probably the spot you got it in too could be a big portion of it.
Well, I keep moving. Every time I catch a gar, I move a different location out there in the water.
Yeah.
See, that's really a testimony to the guard dog, though, because you know how hard a gar is to hook by hand.
Yeah, but the funny part is,
you normally don't. The
Exactly.
gar normally tangle up the line in it, and you reel it in, and you have it. You normally don't slam a hook through their mouth. And I have a few times this year. I got one picture of it.
So far, 16 of these gar have swallowed an 8-aught circle hook with bluegill on it. They swallowed a whole hook and cut bait. Man, I feel sorry for you on that one. Evan Garcia, 10,000. He had to sell it 4 years ago. He had 8 of them. Now he's trying to replace them.
Yeah, stuff like that gets harder and harder to find.
Evan Garcia 10,000. You ain't gonna find them much anymore. They don't make them anymore.
eBay.
Yeah, Danny, you might be able to just cap off the end of that butt and be all right with it, you know. Sand it down smooth and cap the end off.
Let's see if we catch 1 or 2 more cats before I have to pack up.
Now, Stan, if you caught a gar, would you take a picture of it? Come on now.
Hey, I showed that 1 3-pound gar I caught on live,
Yes, he did.
and I showed that 5-pound channel cat right behind it. I showed you both channel cats I caught. Both on the shad. Cut.
I think Stan and Evan even need to have a fish off.
No. No. Don't even jinx me like that.
Okay, Danny, you have a nice evening now, all right?
Have a good
Yeah,
night,
good
Danny.
evening, Danny.
I see you in the morning over there on Hogleg's channel, bud.
You know the bad thing about this state park is it closes at 10 o'clock.
I got the same problem down at my sportsman's club. They close at 10 o'clock too, and I'd like to fish later on in there too.
But see,
Mhm.
I wish they'd leave it for people that are fishing to stay later.
Yeah,
But I understand why they close it, because riffraff come in here at this later hours of night and try to up to no good.
a couple of the state parks over by me, once it gets dark, they go through and run you out. They don't even let you stay past dark.
See, we have a couple of city parks that have lakes in them, and when the park closes at 10 o'clock, if you're right out on the edge of the park fishing on the lake, they usually don't mess with you too much.
To see
Oh,
if it's St. Clair County fishing game and they come through here, they'll let me stay here a couple hours longer. And there's 1 or 2 cops in Pontoon that watch my channel. If they're on duty, they'll let me stay for a couple hours longer. But all the other cops, they kick me out of here at 10 o'clock.
Yeah. I found a couple spots that they're in a different county and they'll let you fish it as long as you want. But the one county, if you're in their parks, they make sure to run you out. And if you don't get out fast enough, they'll tow you. They take it very, very seriously in that county for whatever reason.
Did you see the new color of the shirts I have, Brad?
No, I have not.
The one I'm wearing tonight?
Oh yeah, I seen the one you were wearing.
That's one of the new colors.
Looks good.
It's like a smoky gray. It's a smoky gray color.
Pretty cool.
I
Tell
can
you
get
what.
them.
I tell you what, it holds that big old belly in pretty good.
Tim.
You mean that belly?
There you go, that one.
You asked for that one, Tim.
Dang, I think I almost seen a pepperoni there.
You did ask for that one. But I can get them made for $28, including shipping to me. So that's pretty cheap for me.
Yeah, it's hard to find apparel that you don't have a ton of money wrapped up into anymore.
Well, see, I'll pay her the $28. She orders the shirts. She gets them. She does the logo and she'll stick with a design I have, and it's good. What is George Racing? But I can get them made with shipping for $28. So that ain't bad.
No, not at all.
And she lives over in Missouri, so she would make cups. I think she does hats. I'll see about getting her on live and let people talk to her because she goes to shows and sets up and sells her wares. So you can't go wrong with that.
No,
She
not at all.
tries to be fair with it. Come on, Rod. Come on, kitty cats. Let's play.
You're gonna catch you a gar because Stan keeps bragging about you not catching any.
Someone take care of him. Turtle Lady, if you're in chat, smack him for me.
Get the skillet out.
Yeah, get 2 of them, 1 for each side of the head.
What time do you say that park closed, David?
10 o'clock.
Uh-oh.
Why? What time is it?
It's about 1/4 now.
Oh well.
It's, my clock says 10:12.
It's 9 o'clock somewhere else.
There you go. We're in the mountain zone right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's 15 after, so. I don't know what they're doing.
I know what they're doing, Evan. They just went up to the gate at the front and just locked it.
The police don't have the key to the lock of the gate.
I think they call that front bumper service.
Yeah.
Just drive through.
Last time they put a squad car across the gate, I drove right through the ditch under the road and went out. And they look at me like, really? You're not even 7? Nope, I'm keep going.
Yeah, good luck tonight, Avid. I'm gonna hop off here.
All right, Brad.
Brad, you have a nice evening now, brother.
I'll be
Yep.
talking to you some more, Brad, about that broomstick.
Yeah, if you need some help, just shoot me a message and I'll get a hold of you.
Because I'm trying to get that thing set perfectly for lake waters. And I can do it on the river, but on the lake, it's hard to set it right for the right bite.
Yeah, and the more you use it, the more you use the guard dog with it, you'll figure out where you can set that.
Oh, I got the guard dog set up on a 12-foot in the backyard with a stuffed Chewy toy.
Yeah.
And I have a chihuahua dangling in the air after he grabs it. That damn dog don't want to let go after he grabs that Chewy toy.
I was gonna say you don't need a hook because that Chihuahua probably won't let go.
No, he won't. I mean, she won't. She holds onto that thing and she's growling. She's twisting and turning, trying to get that Chewy toy. And that rod just holding her right up in the air, 6 feet in the air, and she won't let go.
Thanks for having me up, Avid, and have a good night, Tim, and everybody in chat.
See you later, Brad.
Yep.
See you
Talk
later,
to you
Brad.
guys later. Bye.
Hey, this is the same lake that Mike brought that nasty weather down the first time he came down here with.
Okay.
If he wouldn't have brought that nasty weather, you would have seen the size of channel catch he would have been catching. You know what? But this is a good lake. It's a good, clean lake. Yeah, I'd like to get you down here and fish the Kaskaskia one time.
Yeah,
A
Al,
couple times.
that would be awesome.
Because I have a couple of spots I'd like to get you on. And hey, we could do the weekend and do night fishing all we want down there, and not get chased off. And down at the Kaskaskia Locking Dam, the nearest town is about 45 minutes to an hour away. So you don't have to worry about riffraff coming down there and causing trouble or anything.
Oh, that's good. That's good.
And the part of the Kaskaskia Locking Dam I want to take you to, you know Jason Lamb. I've told you about him before.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
The spot I want to take you to is where he caught 150 pounds of blue cats in an hour.
Boy,
And he was, huh?
they was in there thick that night, huh?
Oh yeah, hey. And all he used was shad. On one rod, back to back. He caught 150 pounds of blues on one rod.
They was in there thick and bitey that night.
Oh yeah, they were. I mean, he had a hole with him in there that was perfect. He found a perfect hole they were in.
Yep.
He cast it out one time and the bait never hit the bottom.
Because I think those blues are just like channel cats. They swim around in packs.
Yeah, but you get 10 or 12 of them big blues in a hole. And good luck.
Yeah.
Whatever drops in that hole is going to be a feeding frenzy.
I think the flatheads are about the only ones that are pretty much just loners, really.
Yeah, unless you get big piles of trees where they can pick
Yeah.
out their own spot where they want to set.
Yeah, you get about 4 or 5 in one tree, you know, as long as they're not on top of each other, that'll work out for them too.
Yeah. Damn, I wish those fish wouldn't have quit biting.
It's kind of funny how that works, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
They just all stop at once. Last weekend when we were out at that summer cabin and I was fishing, I noticed that when we got there on Saturday about noon, the lake was just alive. I mean, bait fish everywhere, bass blowing up, bait fish, all kinds of stuff. And I caught bass all day long.
Mm-hmm.
And I caught catfish into the evening. Well, I got up the next morning and I went out to the lake early in the morning. Dude, it was smooth as glass, wasn't nothing going on. And I'm like, okay, this lake don't wake up until about noon.
Yeah, I'm going to turn the light around so I get my stuff packed up and get out of here.
Because I only caught one red ear that Sunday morning, and that Saturday I caught so many bass, I stopped fishing. I had caught so many bass. So that lake, it don't turn on until around noon. It was the craziest thing I ever seen, because most lakes, you know, when the sun starts coming up, they get crazy, but them fish sleep in.
Earlier today, I was up at the bait shop, and a couple young girls were trying to figure out how to fish this lake. I was like, all right, I'll take you out there, and I'll show you how to fish this lake for bluegills and crappie or whatever else you want. Came out here teaching them how to catch bait, bluegills and everything. There's one girl would go to one hole and be catching little dinks left and right, and then she come up to this other hole, couldn't catch them. I'm like, all right. I gave them about 2 hours of fishing while I was fixing my catfish rods up. So I took my 12-foot over there, dropped a wax worm in the hole, pulled out a 3-pound crappie, and she's like, she goes, that big fish tried to take my bait. I'm like, yeah, that big fish hit my bait, and he didn't last long. I threw him back in. She goes, really? I'm like, yeah, really. If she said she would have wanted to keep it, I'd put it in her cooler that she had, but she didn't say she wanted to keep it.
Yeah.
She didn't.
I'm not
Huh?
into. I'm not into keeping crappie right now. Anyway, it's still a little bit too warm for me.
Actually, this water temperature is dropping down a lot more. It's around 70, 72 right here.
Well, let's see what Thursday or Friday is the first day of fall, and it's coming in pretty hard already.
Yeah. And people have, but everything I've heard, people have not been catching crappie. And I'm walking the bank and I'm pulling crappie out left and right.
See, I think they're starting to fire up a little bit along the shoreline at Clinton. I think I seen that on the website yesterday.
But see, a lot of these crappie people are stuck on plastics. I'm not. I've been using wax worms a lot and nailing the heck out of crappie on them.
Yeah.
Wax worms and red wigglers, and crappie guys ain't doing it. They're using minnows.
Well,
They're not catching anything but
I'm not beyond the minnow now. I'll tell you that right now.
I'm not beyond the minnow neither, but I'm not going to buy something that they're not biting on, but all these yellow bass are biting on when I'm after crappie. Don't get me wrong. I know the bait shop on this lake. I know if I ooh, come on, trip the guard dog. A guard dog set light. You should be able to trip it.
Is it bobbling around?
You don't see it?
Well, I mean, I can see the rod, but I can't really tell if it's moving that much.
It was moving quite a bit.
Let me see. You might have that tension set a little too hard there.
No, I have it set on the light side.
No, I mean the line tension, not the pop tension, the line tension. You got a little bit too much bend in that rod. See how he's hitting that and it's not deploying? You got too much tension in that eyelet up there. You release that line just a little bit, it'll probably pop it.
Let's see what he does this time.
That's just like Monty was saying earlier with them heavier rods. You don't need a whole lot. You really don't. And that was the problem I had with my heavy rods.
Well, first mine told me to put more tension on this rod with a bigger bend. But I kept telling him it's a heavy action rod. It's a broomstick.
Yeah, you don't want to do that. Dude, that's the problem I have with all my rods. I had way too much tension on it. I can sit there and watch the rod do just like it was doing right there just a minute ago all day long, and it wouldn't set it off. But as soon as I loosened that tension up a little bit, it was just enough.
Yeah, but it's kind of hard with a broomstick to get it set just right. Because if you ever research a BJ trolling rod?
Well, I know the trolling rods are heavier.
This thing is heavier than a heavy action rod.
Well, I've got a B&M trolling crappie rod that's way heavier than all my other crappie rods, so I get it.
Well, this is the catfish rod that's made to be heavier than the heavy action catfish rod that's designed for trolling. And I tell you what, first time I was in my backyard and I tried to set this guard dog up, I accidentally made a mistake and tied it to a chew toy. I was standing behind the rod when I set it up, and the dog grabbed the chew toy, and I got smacked her dead between the eyes with a rod. Talk about pain from a broomstick.
Maurice is asking you if they sell butter worms around there.
No, they don't.
I have gotten them up here one time. They're kind of like wax worms, but they look a little bit different.
If I could find butter worms, I know they'd work good. Try that right there. See if he hits it again.
I tell you what, I'd like to get you don't see much of anymore is catappa worms.
I haven't found a catappa tree around here that has worms in it.
And if you do find one, sometimes they don't have worms in them.
Yeah, because around here, if you find a catappa tree, it's because they've been spraying it. Oh, that's a nice fish that jumped. It's a big fish that jumped. See, the good thing is there's a bluegill on that rod.
Live one?
No, it's cut one. I won't put a live one out there because since I do, the gar will eat it.
Yeah. That's right.
But that was not a gar hit. That was a channel cat hit. I could tell the difference between a channel cat and a gar on this lake. What is Maurice saying?
Oh, he was asking you if they sold butter worms around there.
Oh, no. I wish they did. You know, it's hard to cast a heavy action rod when you got muscle tension right in your shoulder blades. It's hard to cast.
Yeah, with that heavy weight on the end, it's almost like swinging a baseball bat, ain't it?
on the end of the broomstick,
Yeah.
I got a 5-ounce weight on it, but if I could get the bait clicker to turn off when I cast, that thing would go up to just as far as that 12-foot would.
Was your bait clicker stuck on?
It'll turn off when I reel it in, but when I go to cast, it turns itself on.
Huh.
I love that pin reel. I just don't want to tear it apart and not be able to put it back together.
Right.
And taking that pin reel off that rod is hard because there's a clamp on the bottom of that thing.
See, my Penn Warfare's got the same thing. It clamps to the rod.
It has a seat on it that you seat it in and tighten it down that way. Then
Yep.
you got the clamp on top of it.
Yep. My Penn Warfare's the same way. You seat it in there, then clamp it to the rod. I'm like, man, they don't want that baby going nowhere.
That pin rival right there, I like the reel, but I don't know why that damn bait clicker's acting up. I don't know if something got it up inside her or what. Well, that. Well, they're not going to be kicking people out. I'll stay here a little longer.
Yeah, no kidding.
Hey, and how can you not see me with a night fishing light on?
Yeah, that's a pretty bright light. They'll be able to see you from somewhere.
They can see me all the way across the lake on this damn thing.
Oh, I bet.
Guaranteed they'll see it.
Dude, we was out fishing last weekend, right, at that cabin, and we're out in the middle of nowhere, so it's dark as hell. And I looked up in the sky, and here comes Skylink right at us. Looked just like a train in the sky coming right at us.
Mm-hmm.
That's first time I had seen it, and I got a really good look at it because there was no light obstruction at all. I had my son-in-law down there fishing with me, right? And after I caught my third catfish, he reeled his stuff up, went to the house. He said, I'm done.
Yeah, I gotta text this guy tomorrow. Tell him I still want those rides if I can pick them up next Saturday when I get off work. His grandfather had a couple ocean rods he wanted to give me.
I got
want them.
I got one ocean rod. It's a ugly stick saltwater edition. Boy, that thing is stout. Woo! Man, there ain't no bend in it.
I was hoping to get at least one more channel cat on the bank.
Hey, at least you caught a couple tonight. That's better than what you've been up to here. I'm about to say about all year, really.
I've caught a few, but not on live because the ones when I go fishing for the freezer, I don't do a live on it.
Right.
Because I don't want to have a lot of drama and stuff brought up over it.
Oh, I get it.
You need to CPR that fish. You need to do that with that fish. I'm like, nah. I CPR fish. Trust me, I do.
You know, I CPR fish too, but there are, you catch some fish that are smaller size, channel cats, up to 5 pounds, blues maybe up to 8 pounds. And I'm going to say it, even a flathead may be about to 5 to 7 pounds.
But
It ain't too bad to eat some of those, but you get into the 10, 15, 20, 25 pound, that all goes back. Those are breeder size right there.
But see, like I tell everybody, I fish for the fish I need to feed me and to feed other people.
Right, exactly.
And that's why I selective harvest. Because
Yeah,
I'm not going to keep a 500,000 small catfish to feed 30 or 40 people when I can catch 5 or 6 nice catfish I can flay out and separate them out that way. The families.
Yeah, I don't mind keeping some of the smaller ones because some of them catfish, they don't breed till they're about, 6, 7 years old.
Yeah, but you get these 5-pounders in this lake, and you hook them just right, and they get mean. I don't know what it is about this lake and these blues and channels and flatheads, but they get mean when you hook into one of them.
Well, channel cats, they're kind of mean to begin with.
Oh, that 12-foot just got hit. Did you see a guard dog on that 12-foot heavy action rod? Tim?
You may have to get an extension for the string, but I bet it worked.
I know it worked, but I don't want to put that kind of bend on it like I did that broomstick.
Well, you being a heavier action rod, you don't really need to put a whole lot of bend on that, and that's what I'm saying. That's what I've learned.
Some people, like Stan was saying earlier, that I needed to put a big bend in that rod. I'm like, no, I don't.
No, you can't do that with your heavy rods because I'm telling you, it will put the tension so tight on it, it won't pop the guard dog.
Mm-hmm.
You stood right there next to that rod, and you seen that rod wiggling back and forth, getting hit, and the only reason why
that could have popped off.
It should have, but the tension was too tight. It wouldn't give it a chance to pull out of there.
Right.
See, when the tension is that tight and that line is in that guard dog, it's just like going through another eyelet, really.
Yeah, because it's basically setting a vise.
Yeah.
That's why when certain people say something in chat that don't know what they're talking about, I normally ignore it. You know it?
Well, I'm gonna stick to what I'm saying because it took me a long time to figure it out.
No, I'm not talking about you.
It worked. It
I'm not talking
absolutely
about
worked.
you, Tim. There's some people that don't use guard dogs, but have a tendency to think they know everything about it. If you understand what I'm saying.
I get you.
But I'd like to catch a catfish on a guard dog.
Well, here's what you do, Abbott. You just turn your back and don't look at the rod. Dude, I'm telling you, I'm not kidding you. Every fish I've caught on guard dog, I've had my back turned on the rod. every one of them. And I just hear the guard dog hit the grass. Poof.
I was fishing by it earlier today, and I walked away from it, left the two girls within 10 feet of it. And I came back walking by and says, "Did you guys hit the guard dog with your rods?" "No." "Where's the guard dog?" "It's on the ground." Oh, that rod was doubled over, and they didn't even think about reeling in the rod. I said, "If that guard dog sits and that falls off, and you see that rod bend over bouncing, pick up the rod and reel it in." "Okay, we got it." Come back, that guard dog was set off, and that rod was bouncing, and the drag was coming out. I'm like, "I guess you guys don't want this catfish that's on this rod."
Yeah.
They looked at the rod and says, "There's catfish on them?" I'm like, "Yeah." I let them take home an 8-pound catfish, which was decent size for them.
That 8-pound catfish is enough meat on a catfish to feed 2 people.
Feeds 2 families, so that's good. That's nice enough to help them out with that. I just need you to find me a file and some really fine sandpaper. So I can fix that guard dog tiny hook for the Uncle Lou rod.
Gonna file it down a little bit.
Yep, instead of cutting it off, I'm gonna sand it, file it down, and then sand it.
Yeah, I got a bench grinder here on my workbench, so but I just I've got it figured out now, so I'm not gonna mess with it. I could take that 330 seconds off, but I'm not going to because I've
I don't
got
want to take it off. I just want to sand it down some,
yeah, so it'll come out.
make it a little thinner. I only keep the length. I just want to sand it down some.
Well,
Normally,
I tell you the way Monty was talking about that about a month ago. It seems to me it's more important to get that 330 seconds off the end than it is to thin it down a little bit.
maybe.
You might ask him about that because I think because the Guard Dog 3 is getting ready to come out next year, and that's the difference in them is they're going to take that 330 seconds off that end. They're not going to thin the holder down. They're going to shorten it.
Yeah, they're going to shorten that hook.
Yeah.
See, I like the hook, the length it is for that broomstick. Because that broomstick has a big eye. I mean, has a nice size eyelet for it,
Right.
but the lip around that eyelet's pretty thick. Oh, there it goes, a possum. Walking right down the bank. You didn't see, oh, you can't see that because there's a drop off.
Right.
But possum just walked right down the bank, didn't stop, say hi, nothing. How rude of him. Wow. I know what he's looking for.
Fish scraps.
Yep. He smells cut bait.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I bet he does.
He smells cut bluegill and cut shad I have up on the picnic table. And he thinks it's down there by the bank. Oh, damn. Come on, kitty cats. You know, if I'd had the Uncle Lou rod out there right now, it is good about catching catfish out of this lake. You know what?
It likes that lake, huh?
Every time I use the Uncle Lou rod on this lake or the Kaskaskia River, it sets a hook on the catfish. With or without the guard dog, he'll do it. The Uncle Lou rod did break a spinning reel on me once.
Really?
Yep. Hooked into a big flathead, and something in that bell was weak, and it broke it. Uncle Lou rod bent over almost flat to the ground, and that bell broke, and that rod came flying back up.
Yep, I had one of my Abu Garcias blew up on a big old channel cat.
I still got that live on my YouTube channel where that happened. That you can see that. I was using two 12-foots and the Uncle Lou rod. Uncle Lou rod was in the middle, and he bent over almost dang near flat. And that rod came flying back up like no one else's business. And I'm like, that shouldn't have happened. There's something wrong. But once I got that bell closed, it stayed closed, and I started reeling it in, and the bolt on one end of that bell broke, and I couldn't get that fish in anymore. I had to got him close to the bank, and he got up against a piece of steel that was underneath the water, and the line got cut.
Grounded off, huh?
Yep. Monofilament line. It went past the braid, right past the swivel, and as soon as it hit monofilament, he was gone. I'm like, I was frustrated at that one. 6 feet from shore, and the monofilament got cut by steel.
Yeah. Usually it's the braid that cuts easier than the monofilament, though.
Yeah, but that's a Suffix 832 braid. The real expensive braid that's really good.
That's what I got on my rods. That's exactly what I got on my catfish rods. 832.
And I've been using Suffix 832 for a while, and steel has not cut it. Rocks have not cut it.
No, but I have noticed that I have to trim it back every once in a while because my sinker slides tend to fray the line a little bit.
It does that from wear and tear.
Yeah. So, but I just trim it back, 10 inches or so. Take off.
Yeah. That's basically just what you have to do is just keep an eye on the wear and tear.
Yep.
And trim it back. I'm going to turn the camera around and the lights around and talk to you guys while I'm packing up and leave the rods out. Because I know if I turn on, I can go get another spotlight and turn on. I'll be right back. I'm going to grab another light so I can use it while I'm packing up.
Alrighty. Well, while Avid's gone, let's go to a commercial break. News flash. Palmetto Cat shakes John Parker's hand at the Golden Whiskers. Smooth move, John. Sorry about your luck, Kevin. Man. This news flash been brought to you by 1-800-RENT-A-FISH. You got a live show, a 1v1, or a tournament coming up? Call 1-800-RENT-A-FISH for a successful show. Let's go to the endorsements. John Parker says, I head the Mondo Hondo division of 1-800-RENT-A-FISH. Jesse Harmon says, cousin, what's that number? Jesse, what do you need that number for? You still can't fish worth a lick. 1-800-RENT-A-FISH or not. Backlash Fishing says, even with a backlash reel, I still catch 1-800-RENT-A-FISH fish. Dieter Milhorn says, to get the skunk out of the boat, it's 1-800-RENT-A-FISH, no doubt. River Rat 3030 says, after my surgery, I was rusty, so I called 1-800-RENT-A-FISH to get back into catfish fighting form. That's 1-800-RENT-A-FISH for all your fishing needs. And now, back to your program.
That's good, Tim.
Well, you know, you gave me a minute. I ain't done one on your channel for a while, so.
That's perfect timing, though.
And I'm going to get the blue book out. These are some of the newer ones. Let's see what we got in here.
What?
I said I got the blue book out now. These are some of the newer ones. Let's see what we got.
Waiting on this one.
Well, news flash. Steve Douglas shakes John Parker's hand at CatCon and momentarily shakes the juju off of John. This news flash has been brought to you by 1-800-RENT-A-FISH. If you got a live show, a 1v1, or a tournament coming up, call 1-800-RENT-A-FISH for a successful show. Let's go to the endorsements. TSO Darrell says, I better make that call because pimping ain't easy. I need help. Danny Stone says, I'm a catfishing angling pro, not a professional catfish angler. Captain Morgan says, all bass fishermen walk the plank. Two Stan says, I got plenty of bait. Come on, hungry fish. Outlaw 91 says, who is this 1-800-RENT-A-FISH? Boy, you from North Carolina and you don't know about 1-800-RENT-A-FISH? You better call John Parker. Pontoon Jody and Cool Cat says, take the night off, Rent-A-Fish. We got Steve frickin' Douglas with us. That's 1-800-RENT-A-FISH for all your fishing needs. And now, back to your program.
Hey, Bigfoot don't need winter fish. He just catches his fish.
Yeah, he just grabs them out of the water, no doubt.
Yep.
With his teeth, I heard. Oh, here's the one I just did Friday night on Jody's show. Newsflash. Captain Morgan shakes John Parker's hand at CatCon. Well, I guess it's just time for plundering. No fish here. Happy birthday, Captain Morgan. This newsflash is brought to you by 1-800-RENT-A-FISH. If you got a live show, a 1v1, or a tournament coming up, call 1-800-RENT-A-FISH for a successful show. Let's go to the endorsements. Pontoon Jody says, Uncle Lou has buns of steel from testing out FOA bottom pounders. Cool Cat says, hurry back, Jody. I sure miss your cooking. Size Matter says, I'll take a sizable one tonight. Want to be outdoors says, come on, Rent-A-Fish. I want to be catching. Danny Stone says, sit down there on that log, boys, and I'll show you how it's done. LG Bass says, over 2,000 pounds worth of fish caught on the dock this year. Thanks, Rent-A-Fish. Hey, Stan 3, get your weight up. Fish on Ed Evans says, a two-fisted start. Thanks, 1-800-Rent-A-Fish. Laura the Explorer says, thanks to Rent-A-Fish, I caught my Mondo Hondo today, and that was a PB for her. TSW Dustin says, gotta go, drop something. Be back shortly. That's 1-800-Rent-A-Fish for all your fishing needs. And now, back to your show.
You come up with a new one.
That was my brand new one right there, the one I just wrote for last Friday night.
That's cool.
I hadn't written any for a couple of weeks because I had to go to my grandson's football games on Friday night, so I wasn't, around for the shows.
Well, I understand that.
And it was kind of a good thing too, because I was getting a little bit burnt out on writing them, so I took a couple weeks off because of the football games, which is cool. And then John came out with that new parody that he did for 1-800-Rent-A-Fish a couple of days ago. And I watched it and I'm like, oh yeah, I'm ready to start doing it again now.
See how the yellow rod lights up now?
I see you. What is that, a flashlight?
Yeah, it's a spotlight. Believe it or not, I have 20-something bluegills in my live well on the truck. I took I caught 7 earlier and left them in the bucket here, and I'm down to 1. It's in the bucket.
I guess the fish weren't biting that good tonight, huh? Then got all them left over.
I got the ones in the live well on the truck are going to go to my live well at home.
Right.
But I only have guard dog went off.
Did it? I didn't see it. I can't see. The tip is kind of in the shadow. Is it on the ground?
Yeah. Something's on there.
See that? See that? Back turn, guard dog works. Bam!
Yeah, I'm just hoping they ain't another guard.
Hey, the guard dog don't guarantee catfish. He just guarantees fish.
I don't want no more guard.
Oh, I get it.
Damn it.
Another gar.
I'm not getting a hook out of him anyway. And
What you got there, Abbott? You got you a gar?
yep. And he swallowed the hook and the bait. Yep, he swallowed the hook and the bait. You seen him, didn't
Not really, because you were down in that little dip there.
I'll go pick him up with a rag. He swallowed this 8-aught circle hook in bait.
But you see that? You see that now, Avid?
I didn't see it. That's why I'm trying to.
No. I'm saying here. Listen. Now listen. You've got the tension set right for that rod now because it went off without you even being around it. So
Yeah,
now it's not overly tensioned.
Shut up. You go back in there. See?
There you
No.
go. Ooh, he's a little meanie, ain't he?
Another spotted Garth.
Another guard dog victim.
That's all. That makes 18 for the guard dog tonight on Garth. And no catfish. Fine. I'll leave you there if you want to stay there. Jack wagon? Right, you choose a no when you're trying to put them back in the water. You know what?
So you need to cut that little clip off and send it to Monty. Did my guard dog go off?
Guard dog just got returned for the night. Tim?
Well, about time to go anyway, isn't it?
Not really, but I am getting kind of hungry.
I'll be back in a second, Abbott.
All right.
All right, I'm back. Had to go pay that parking meter.
Okay, you can parking meter.
Yeah, I don't want to get my car towed, so I had to go pay the parking meter.
I'll be right back. I'm gonna put this blue gun on the line over the truck.
All right.
So he can live his life a few more days longer.
Just happened to open up the book just to flip through. First one I came to was what? A guard dog commercial. Here we go. Newsflash: Monty Sheets shakes John Parker's hand at CatCon and slips a juju-proof guard dog in his back pocket. Bold move, Monty. This newsflash brought to you by the Guard Dog. If you got a live show, 1v1, or tournament coming up, call the Guard Dog for the hookup. Let's go to the endorsements. Lance McCouguy says, Burbot beware. Don R says, Guard Dog is my secret weapon against Robin. Dink over Stink says, Guard Dog even catches the dinks, and I have the video to prove it. Brad Cardell says, tidal weights and Guard Dog make the perfect catfish catching combination. River Rat 3030 says, I use Guard Dogs for my side rod. Set it and forget it. That's Guard Dog products for all your hookup needs. And now, back to your program.
Did Monty know do the commercial for him?
You know what? As a matter of fact, Monty was on Don's show one day, and Don said, we were talking about Guard Dog and stuff, and Don said, Tim, I wish you'd write a commercial for Guard Dog. And I said, you mean this one right here I got in my hand, Don? So I did it for him and Monty. Monty's seen it.
That's cool. What did he hear it?
Yeah. Yeah. Sure did. As a matter of fact, if you go on Don's channel, he's got that where somebody had commercialized what I had done, where it showed when I did the Guard Dog commercial, everybody in that commercial was Guard Dog pro staffers.
Right.
So when I'm talking about what they said in the background, you see that pro staffer.
Right.
Rich made a commercial out of it and sent it to Don, so it's on his website.
Oh, yeah, Canadian fishing musician.
Yeah.
That's something I'm not going to get into right now.
Neither am I. Neither am I.
It's not me, because I have friends that have issues, and I'm not going to talk about them. Watch, I go put this net up, and that 12 foot's going to bend.
Yep. You know it. And it's going to be a big fish, too.
Yeah, it's going to be either a big 30-pound channel or a 50-pound flathead. I guarantee it. What? No rod bending?
Nope.
Huh?
Nope. No rod bend.
Well, good. I got to take him down now anyway.
I'm waiting for you to walk up. Just go, come on, ham over now. Ham over. Come on. Come on, ham over right now. Right now. Right now. Come on, do it. Do it. Do it. Ham over. Yeah.
Rod! With these spring-loaded rod holders, I have not lost a rod in them yet. These things, when this rod bends in that rod holder, and it gets to a certain point, that rod holder will not let this rod go. What the hell?
Fishing on credit.
You see that, right?
I
I'm
can't.
not blind, am I?
Are you fishing on credit?
Credit? Something took that shad head and devoured it. And didn't even move the rod. Tim.
Sounds kind of turtleish to me.
See the turtle or the damn gar. Oh, there. Hard ground. The only thing I don't like about this lake, this ground is so clay and mud mixed. It gets hard. It dries out. It gets rock hard.
Brick hard. Yep, I bet.
And thank God for the spring-loaded rod holders. You can hammer it right down into that mud real quick. Well, thanks for coming up here tonight, Tim.
What's that?
Thanks for coming up tonight.
Hey, no problem, dude.
I needed someone up here earlier to help me keep an eye on chat while I was trying to get the rods out.
Well, I just woke up when I came out to see you. It's been a long week for me.
Oh, I know the long week.
My wife, she had COVID all week.
Oh, no.
When we went out to the cabin over the weekend, everybody in the family caught COVID except for who?
You.
And you know why? Because I was out fishing the whole time. I wasn't in there hanging out with everybody. I was out fishing the whole time.
I would have been the same place, out fishing.
I was either out fishing or riding a four-wheeler around. I wasn't sitting around that house.
I don't blame you. I wouldn't have been neither. Well, I'm going to end this now so I can get this packed up because I believe the county sheriff's coming through.
All righty then.
What's your gardening tip of the night?
Okay, here we go. Avid, you have a nice evening. You had a good evening. You caught some fish. Glad to see that. And everybody out in chat, here's your gardening tip for the evening. Hide your hose, because you know there's hoe thieves out there. So hide your hose.
Hey, remind me sometime when I do a video of this stand I have, a tripod. I
Right?
found it at a garage sale.
Oh, really?
Yeah, this thing is die-cast aluminum. It has extended legs, extended neck, pivot, turns, twists, everything.
Right?
And I paid $5 for it.
No kidding, man. Well, you know what? I could almost top that, really. I got one really nice, too. You know, the aluminum legs that telescope out and all that. Everybody goes up. I found it in a park one day. Just laying on the ground.
I got this one for $5, and I got one that was older that does the same thing. I got it for $1.50.
$5 and $1.50. That's pretty darn cheap, man. That's real cheap for a tripod.
Yeah, and these are die-cast aluminum.
Yeah, mine is too. I got lucky. I found mine, and I found mine about 4 or 5 years ago. And and I did this before I was doing YouTube or anything. And I thought, I'll throw it in the garage and see what happens. And then this came up, and hey, I'll get my tripod out now.
But hold on, let me turn the light a little bit towards it so you can see it. There she is, right there.
Not bad, not bad. I see mine. Mine is all legs. It has hardly any neck to it. You know what I mean?
But see, those are the
Yeah.
clamps.
Right.
You flip them up.
Mine are kind of about the same kind of clamps too.
But see, that has almost a 1.5 foot neck.
Yeah.
And that's what it looks like when it's just down shorter. And that still can raise the legs up another 2 feet.
Right. You don't have them all the way up.
No.
Yeah. That's kind of like
Raise it up another 2 feet and another 2 feet with a neck. It would be damn near as tall as I am.
Yeah, that's just about exactly like the one I got, except your neck is a little bit longer than mine. Mine's about a foot.
Well, my other one that I got for $1.50, you crank it. But I like this one better. You just clamp it down here, clamp it from twisting there, clamp it that way, and it lifts up and down,
Right, right.
and you're good to go.
It's just like a really an official camera stand that
Yeah,
will
but
hold a
that's
phone.
what that is, and you can turn it any way you want.
Yeah, yeah.
That's what I like about it.
That's pretty good for $5, man. That's pretty darn good.
There's a name. Valbon VE3.
That's $5, man. You cannot go wrong with that.
No. That's what I was going to say. If anybody needs a good camera stand, you see yard sales stuff, you might find you a good tripod.
Yeah.
Can't beat that one.
No, for $5, heck no. That's probably
Matt
$100. That's probably $100 camera stand, to be honest. Really.
It is. You know, this thing was only at 70% when I started the Jackery, and that's where it's at now. 65%.
And you've been on for 4 hours and 20 minutes.
Yeah, I've been running my tablet and my phone at the same time. Keeping them both charged.
Yeah.
And look at it. It's still running like a rape tape. I could do a live for almost like 5 days or 6 days straight off that one battery.
Dang.
Off that Jackery, I mean. And not have to worry about it. Damn, that's a bright light.
Well, don't look in it.
Well, it don't try to. It just happens. All right, everybody. Good night, and I'll talk to you next week. I may be fishing. I may have a guest. Who knows?
Hey, did John and Jello get a hold of you yet?
No.
Okay, well, I told them both get a hold of you. So.
Not yet. They haven't.
Okay. All right. Well, I'll give you some deuces, and I'm out of here, Avid.
Later. I'll see you later.
Yep. So you can pack up and get out.
Yeah, all I have to do is pack up the light and my snacks and hit the road.
All right, dude. I'll talk to you later.
All right, later.